Good afternoon. We're missing some light. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Wednesday night build show, where we are now in a rush to build the rest of the PCs that we're supposed to build before we leave. And tonight's the deadline. So here we are. We've got about 3 to 4 PCs, 3 for sure that we do have to build. We're going to start out with James, his build, and then we're going to move on to Kyle's build, and then we're going to be doing Logan's build. Kyle's build, or James' build, is a really awesome white themed build, so I'm pretty excited to actually put this one together. He and I spent a lot of time putting this one together, so there's a lot of thought into it anyway, and I really enjoyed the time that we had to put this build together. So I'm excited to actually build it. And then the next one, Kyle's build is one of our Quantum Primes from our website. And then Logan's build is a very unique 7 straight. Yeah, let's go. Logan's build is a very unique wall-mounted build because he's got a unique situation where he has his business and his gaming PC in the same office. And right now he's gaming and running his business on the same computer. And I'm like, dude, you know, because we ran into a situation where we needed to reload Windows, but he couldn't bring the computer down because of all of his business stuff. I was like, well, let's just separate the two. And he's like, well, I don't really want 2 computers on my desk. And I'm like, well, how do you feel about putting it on the wall? So the solution is we're going to build a PC and then we're going to mount it to the wall. And then give him a really cool, high quality KVM switch, basically, so you can switch back and forth between the 2 computers using the same monitor, mouse, keyboard, etc. So really cool solution. I'll share those items as well on the stream, and we could talk about those for a little bit if you'd like. And just another reminder, if you are still waiting for another build, we are going to be out from Thursday to probably returning Monday, and we'll try to catch up on some of the rigs either Monday evening or Tuesday evening. But just for awareness, we will have that little gap of time where I won't be here building. If you are coming to pick up a PC, there will be somebody here for you to help pick up the PC. So you can still pick up over the weekend while I'm out. It's just you would I just won't be here. So I apologize. We're going to be in Pennsylvania. All right. So, who's ready to get started? Let's go. All right, so to start it off today, Mr. James, we're going to be building a pretty awesome PC with an i7 14700K. That's got 20 cores, 28 threads, and a maximum turbo of 5.6 gigahertz. So super fast i7, the latest and the greatest. We're going to be using a Thermalright contact frame, an LGA 1700 contact frame by Thermalright, and this allows us to really give us the best possible contact to the 7 straight. Thanks, Army Vet. I appreciate that. I actually just caught on to that. But gives us the best possible contact for the cooler on the CPU. The Thermalright contact plate here. Next up, we're going to be installing the CPU onto an ROG Strix Z790A Gaming Wi-Fi D4. The D4 stands for DDR4. This is a DDR4 motherboard, so it's a great board. Got a ton of features on there, all of which you'll probably end up using anyway. Especially with the amount of storage that we're putting in here. Let's talk about the RAM. This is a 128 gigabyte DDR4 3200 megahertz kit, but it's 32 times 4. So there's 4 32 gig sticks here total at 128 gigabytes. So we're going to be doing 128 gigabytes of RAM, maxing that board out completely. And then we are going to run 2 4 terabyte M.2 Gen 4 SSDs by Western Digital. These are the Western Digital Black. The model number is the SN850X. So these are super snappy, fast drives. So you should have a very snappy, fast experience here. We're going to be using the Cryonaut Extreme Thermal Paste, so that way the thermal paste lasts as long as it possibly can. And I don't know if chats are actually coming through here on my restream. Let me refresh this really quick, because I'm not fully convinced they're coming through. If you're on, can you send a chat? Sometimes the Restream web window will freeze up and not continue the live chat. Okay, to power this system, we're going to be using a Thermaltake 850 watt 80 plus gold power supply. This also has that 600 watt, actually it's 400 watts on this power supply, but the 16 pin 12 volt high power connection. Well, thanks, James. Thank you for confirming. Just wanted to make sure those chats were working, because like I said, sometimes that chat window will freeze up on me. If I don't see it move for a while, I'm like, something's weird. But it's got the 12 volt high power connector on it, built right into it, so if you ever upgrades to a bigger card than what we're going to be putting in here, for example, a 5000 series layered down the road, and NVIDIA is going to be pushing that connector, you'll have that already on the power supply ready to go. And then next up, we have our Asus RTX 4060, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4060. It's an 8 gig card, it's overclocked. We also grabbed the white edition to kind of go with the theme. So this is the Asus Dual, but it's in white. It's overclocked, factory overclocked. Great card. It's got the DLSS 3, it's got ray tracing, reflex, and a bunch of other features on it that are awesome. So, what we got? We're next going to be cooling that CPU with a Peerless Assassin 120, and it's in white to kind of go with that white theme. We're going white. We've got a pretty big, theme going on here. The case that we're going to be building in is by Zalman. It is, oops, sorry, man. The Zalman i4, which features a mesh front and a mesh side, and it supports, I think it's 3 fans on the front, 2 fans on the top, and 1 on the rear, which we're going to be loading up with Arctic P12s, which are PWM. Super awesome fans, and they're also in white. There's a total of 6 of them here. 120 millimeters PWM, white. It's going to move some air. So I don't think we're going to have any type of cooling issues in this build at all. We've also got a couple of Thermalright PWM hubs, fan hubs here that we might utilize for the build. And then we've also got some white cable extensions for the build as well. And these will just kind of add some flavor, aesthetics to the build. And they're fairly inexpensive, so it made no sense not to do it. But alright, let's go ahead and get started with the motherboard, the CPU, and the RAM. And the SSDs, and put the cooler on there. Get through all that. Why am I missing a screwdriver? That one. Ah. I took it over to the other bench. Cool white cables, yeah. So this is the motherboard that we're going to be starting out with. The ROG Strix Z790A Gaming Wi-Fi D4. Let's go ahead and get started. Let's break some seals. Let's build it. dope build? Yeah, this is going to be a dope build. That is an understatement. Yeah, James and I went back and forth on some parts, and we picked out some pretty good ones. He told me what flavor he liked, and this is what we came up with. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and drop the CPU into the socket, and gently, of course. And then we're gonna remove the stock brackets there and install the LGA 1700 contact frame by Thermalright. There's our super sensitive pins right there. We're going to start by removing the stock bracket here, and then we'll add our Thermalright contact frame. There we go. And the stock contact frame and the tool to remove this will be included inside the hardware kit. So you'll have that if you ever need to remove the CPU, or for some reason put the stock brackets back on there. You'll have everything you need to do it. All right, so what's next? You want to load those the RAM up? Put some RAM in there. Just a couple sticks. Nah, James was like, let's fill it up. Give me the whole bottle of RAM. And this came as a kit, so these aren't two separate kits. It's a single kit, which is normally what you want to do when you're trying to fill it all the way up. So that way, the manufacturer paired these almost precisely perfectly. So we shouldn't have any issues with the RAM. Sometimes when you use, 128 gigs of RAM, you'll run into weird issues. but that's why you buy the kit in 4 to max it out, to avoid those issues. But if you ever did a 64 gig kit and then purchased a second 64 gig kit and then had weird issues, it might have been because they're not perfectly matched RAM. All right, let's move on to the SSDs. We've got two 4 terabyte M.2 NVMe Gen 4s by Western Digital. These are the SN850X NVMe's. Super fast. I was kind of covering up the speed there, but it's 7,300 megabits per second. So it's going to be super snappy. Fast load times to boot up Windows, you know? Launching an application is going to be like you launched it in the future. At least that's what it's going to feel like. Alright, so we're going to put the first stick up here, and the second stick probably here on the board. Of course, you can't see that. Let's move it. So, first one here, second one probably here. Wanted to make sure that was the right order. So sometimes this would be down here. So we'll peel that off the thermal pad, and that's going to help transfer some of the heat off of this. And then we'll peel this off the thermal pad on the heat spreader. Not the actual thermal pad, please. Thank you. Just the peel. Come on. There we go. SSD 1 installed. And SSD 2 installed, so we've got a total of 8 terabytes on the board. 2 4 terabyte M.2 NVMe's. Now, let's go ahead and get this Peerless Assassin 120 installed. Shall we? Also wondering if maybe I should get my EPS cables in, because those things are way down here underneath that large heatsink. It's going to be a very big pain in the butt to get to them after we put this thing on there. So I might put my EPS cables on before we shove it in the case, and then feed those frickin' mosquito in here. Super fancy Thermalright Fearless Assassin. We probably have to zoom out just a little bit for this. Yep, there you go. Got a bracket that we'll have to put on the back. And then probably a couple of studs with a bracket on the front. Knowing Thermalright. Thermalright. There's our bracket. Put this aside actually, because we're gonna have to build this out. That one or that one? Yeah, this is right. Do. For it not to be upside down. Alright, so then they say that these go down, and they have these little pads on the bottom, one side of these. It has a black little pad versus the top, which is chrome or alumini. Pad goes towards the board. It's actually kind of tough to get my fingers down here. Probably should have done this before we did the RAM. Something about watching a PC get built is so entertaining. Awesome. Hey, what's up, Steve Ent? How's it going over there on YouTube? How you doing, my friend? We're building James's PC first. Then we've got a Kyle build, and then we got a Logan build. We have work to do. Right? Is that the right way? Yeah. Yeah. Perfect, I think. Got the mounting brackets on there. Now, we can slap some thermal paste on it. Where'd that go? Some Cryonaut Extreme by Thermal Grizzly. This stuff is pink. Don't be alarmed, it's normal. Another nice thing about that Thermalright contact frame is if there's too much thermal paste, it actually keeps it from getting down and into the socket. Does a pretty good job too. So keeps it pretty clean, and it's actually relatively very easy to wipe the thermal paste off very successfully. I just realized we need our brackets the other freaking direction. Nice. This is an AMD. So in AMD builds, we would do it this way. For some reason, I drew a... you know what? The Assassin X120, it would do it this way. I should have checked that. Yeah, even the diagram shows it going that way. I'm an idiot. All we gotta do is switch it around. Okay, no harm. I haven't put my finger in thermal paste yet. Hello. Okay, that's better. And let's always make sure we peel this off the bottom of your cooler. Don't ever forget that. Looking glorious. Fancy. I didn't realize there was all these peels. Missed them. Probably peel those so they don't melt. This one always gets forgotten. Do you guys know about this peel down here? There's a peel right here on this little audio chip. That's always a pain in the butt to get. But there's a peel there. If you leave it, it can't passively cool very well. All right. So now let's install the fans. Then we'll get our EPS cables. I also have a splitter here specifically for the CPU fan header. I'll spin this around, kind of see where I'm going here. And then we'll kind of direct those cables to go up and into the back of the PC once we get it in the case. So let's get our two 120mm fans plugged in. I don't know if that's going to be our final position because we want to back next one here. Hey, Foggy Free, what's up? That cooler? Wow. Yeah. This thing's pretty dope, isn't it? I told you. This thing's got some of the best ratings for the price. Just can't beat it. And it's pretty. So performance and aesthetics are there. We'll have to raise the other one. And then we need some zip ties, which I'm going to use some of my white ties, not the black ones. Try to go with the theme. We're going to collectively pinch these together here. Oh, sorry, we're not really in frame. We're going to try to pinch these together here as tightly as we can. We'll make it kind of a pain to get it out. All you have to do is move this header. And then you just remove both fans together as a single unit. And that should be enough cable length to get it at least to the back. Rest of it. Back. Chassis. Like that. Nice and clean. There you go. Let's go ahead and zoom out. Take a look at that. Get those EPS cables on there real quick. We've got 2 of them. I want to put those on before we put this thing in the case, because as soon as we put it in the case, it's going to be damn near impossible to get my hands down there. So I have fat, stubby fingers. Not really, but anybody trying to go in there, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. So we've got these cool extensions that we'll use. Hey, what's up, Dad Bods? How's it going, man? That's fancy. Thank you. Steve, where I live, we have a coffee hour. Oh, nice. And I just got back from it, and my dog is all over me. Oh, yeah, he probably missed you. I think dogs think that we just vanish for good every time we leave. At least my dog has that level of anxiety. He thinks I left forever. So every time I come back, it's like he's not seen me in like years. Steve, I wish they had given me a GPU brace with the 7800 XT. It's bigger than my 4070 Ti, and it came with a brace. Well, you can always purchase one on Amazon. They're about $10. You can do a little peg, an adjustable peg, or you could do the L bracket. There's a couple of different types you could do. Or you could do the stand. That's another one. Or you could do Leon Lee's hidden one, which is actually the one that I used on the build yesterday. If you go back and watch the video right after the GPU installation, I did the GPU bracket as well, which installs behind it with a little shelf that holds the back of the card. So that's better than nothing. But something like that, you know, they're like 10 bucks. They're not super expensive. Going well, Dad Bods? Awesome. Good to hear, sir. We've got 3 builds to do tonight. And we're working on Mr. James right now with his awesome white mesh build. I'll show you what I mean by mesh once we get over to the case. I want to make sure I put these cable combs on the cables here correctly. But then we've got a Kyle build today and a Logan build. The Logan build is going to be a wall mount. Kyle's build is a Quantum Prime from our website. And then this is a custom for James that we're doing right now, which is a white themed mesh. No RGB. That was a specific request by James. It's an i7 14700K with a Thermalright Peerless Assassin in white on an Asus ROG Strix Z790 motherboard in white with 128 gigabytes of RAM under there and two 4TB M.2 NVMe SSDs, which are Western Digital SN850Xs. So that's about where we're at right now. We're just putting the EPS cables in because this cooler's pretty tall and it's going to be a little tight inside the case, and I just don't want to have the challenge of trying to shove my hands in between the cooler and the case, plug these EPS cables in and you know, nick up my knuckles, leave pieces of my knuckles inside his computer. That'd be a little awkward. I would be saying, you know, a piece of me goes with each PC, taking that quite literally. Nice, mine is finished up. I have some cosmetic stuff to wrap up at some point, but the baby is humming. Nice! Congrats, man. You'll have to send a photo of it. Didn't already. We can see it finished. I think you might have, actually. I think I remember. That was a while ago. Like, not a while, but like a week or something like that. Although, I might be thinking of, I got a jar of dirt. I got a jar of dirt. And guess what's inside it? I got a jar of dirt. I got a jar of dirt. And guess what's inside it? Well, I'd say the jar of dirt probably contains land that you cannot be touched. Savvy? I'll send one over on the old Book of Faces. Yeah, the old Book of Faces. The one that's slowly disintegrating. All us millennials that grew up starting to use it stopped using it because we're now too busy with our lives, right? Or we started using something else. But all right, we're ready to get the case out. Go ahead and set this over here. And let's get the case out, shall we? Finally got the mosquito. It's gone. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is a full mesh case. Think of the airflow this thing could deliver. Got a brace coming. Nice. There you go. Now there's a whole bunch of different ones on Amazon. So you got tons of options. We do have to remove all of these fans. Unfortunately, quality of the fans I'm not convinced of. And we bought Antec, I'm sorry, not Antec, geez, oh Pete, I'm sorry, Arctic P12s to put in here. Forgive me, Arctic. What did you say? I know, I probably hurt their soul. And it's actually, it isn't great overall. What do you mean? Oh, you mean Facebook. Right. I know what you're talking about. I'm just special. Okay. There. Now let's undo these daisy chains of fans. They're not even PWM fans, they're DC controlled, which isn't a bad thing. It's not terrible or the end of the world. Just I'd rather have PWM for the, you know, the quality of build that we're building. Those definitely should be PWM. Alright, so it looks like 2 screws on the outside here, and the rest of these are going to be on the inside. We'll get these 2 removed. And then we'll start tackling the rest of them. Yeah. don't want to reuse that one. All right, we're fanless.
It feels so naked.
But the good news is that we can now install our better fans. Nice. I think we're going to drop the motherboard in first, and then we'll start working. You know what? No, we better put the fans in first, because we've got these. We've got a screwdriver we've got to deal with here. Do the fans first. Derp-a-derp. We're going to start with the bottom front and work our way up. How much is this case? I think it's like $65 or something in that price range. It wasn't very expensive. I highly recommend checking it out. It's the Zalman i4, and really the only place I could find it in the US right now is on Amazon. But I do recommend it. I use it for our golf simulators. Dang it. So if we're putting together a golf sim, usually this is the case I'll use, because we don't really want to use tempered glass around golf balls. And then, of course, the mesh makes it so that it can breathe. And a lot of people like to put their golf sims in garages where there's no AC. So the garage gets hot in the summer, especially in Michigan. So the case is like just the perfect case for golf simulators. For me, anyway, that's what I've used it for. And this isn't actually the first time somebody's requested a full mesh case for a custom build. Starting to become more common. I'm just opening up each of these fans, pulling them out of their individual packages, because they do not come in packs of 3 or more. They're individually packed. Ugh. There we are. Got all our fans unpacked. Now, let's start with getting one installed. We're gonna put the Arctic logo upside down first. Do we do that? I have to. Hopefully. Arctic's white is a little off. Hello. Fractal North and XL both has mesh sides. Looks like it's starting to go mainstream. Yeah, it's coming along. I knew that Fractal designed, or Fractal North had an option, but I just couldn't find one within our price range because they want a little bit more for their cases, don't they? Those ones are like 100 plus or 150 plus, I thought. Unless I'm thinking of a different case. Which I might be thinking of a different case. It was like a week ago when we ordered all this. We're getting right on the cusp. Trying to center these fans up because you can't mash them together very easily anyway. I don't want to do that because of the spacing on the mounts. That's better. Be satisfied with that, I guess. All right, 2 more fans on the top, and then we can finally drop a motherboard into the case. Anytime we have to do fans in a case, which is quite often, but anytime, it always adds extra time. Especially if you have to remove them first. But I think this is going to be way better than the original fans that were in here. Not I think, I know. Do we want to... Yeah, center it up. CPU fans there. Fine here. Sorry, I bumped the camera. I'm terrible. When the elbow meets the elbow. There we go. Finally. All of our fans are installed. Raving fans. Let's get this motherboard in there now, shall we? So there's no IO shield that we have to add because it's already on the back of the motherboard. Remember, that's how I want to try to feed that through. Oh yeah, I forgot. Get the GP brackets. Gets in the way. All right, now we drop this in. Try to feed. Bird there. That's nice. Hopefully all the studs are in there. We're missing studs. False alarm, guys. I tried to be cool. I forgot the studs. We need 1, 2, 3 studs. What happens when you try to be too cool too early? Great song, by the way. There we go. Now we have all the studs. Oh. Try this again, shall we? Still unnecessary. What? Spitting out. No. Big piece of me. Okay. I'll have to straighten these cables out after we finish mounting the board. Let's get the screws on the board. 9 screws. 9 screws secure the board, not to rule them all. Still lined up. Okay, this screw does not want to thread there. It'll thread fine there, so that's kind of weird. Nice. But that one threads there fine too. Yeah. It's like these screws have personalities or something. No, I don't want to be in the top corner. I want to be in the bottom corner. Then I'll get my extra long screwdriver to make this last one. I want to save my knuckles. There we go. We're mounted. There's a peel here. What do you guys think? Starting to look like a PC now? Starting to look like something. Nice. All white. Almost all white. But yeah, it was as white as we can go. I don't think we can go much more white other than getting a motherboard that's actually white, which in the next build we do have one. But that was an AMD board. So, now let's route our cables and our front panel connectors, and then decide where our fan hubs are going to go. Where's our HD audio? Got two headers and one. We've got a couple there. Okay, we know where those are going to go. Hey Ben, it's Kyle and Dakota. We still plan on coming to grab the PC tomorrow after we get out of work. If that's okay, should be there about 6:30, 6:45. Kyle, I still have to finish the build today. Your build is next, but that should be all right. We should have it ready by then. So your build is actually next after this one here, and then you should have it ready before 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. Should be good to go. I keep forgetting. Good. I think through that top one's going to be right. There we are. Okay, now we've got a 24-pin white extension that we can throw on here. Go ahead and get the nice sweet little... What's that? I have no idea what that was. Nice little cable combs on there. I can't let Dakota have a nicer PC than me. You're awesome, and I know you're busy, really busy. Oh, no worries, man. Especially during the IRS season. Yes, it has gotten extra crazy. Because all of a sudden everybody has money. But it's alright, I'm not complaining. We'll fight through it. Just keep on swimming. This build is taking longer than I thought too. Logan's build might have to go in the morning. We might have an early stream tomorrow morning, guys, the way this is going so far. For Logan. And then I gotta go install it too. There we go. Nice. All right, let's get these fan hubs plugged in. Or at least, I think we're going to be using one for sure. Hubbity hub hub. How do I want to do this? Coming along. Probably have to run this. Really don't want to run it here. Rather see. Feel that in a minute. Okay, I think we are ready to drop a graphics card in here. I think it's really starting to turn out. It's turning into a pretty cool looking PC. The RTX 4060 dual OC. We're in search of incredible, according to Asus. Hey, Steve Porter, thanks for that like. Jeff, thank you also for the like, as well as Bradley over on Facebook. Thank you. It's beautiful. There we go. Hey. That all white looks so clean. I'm excited for mine. Yeah, man. Hey, Dankus Rick, what's up? Hell yeah, white knight build. Pretty much. So James, is this white enough for you? Enough white in the build? Indeed. Now, if we had a white light in here, this thing would glow. I think NASA would be able to see it from the orbiting laboratory or International Space Station. Elon Musk might be able to see it. The only thing I failed on is this case has a cutout for the power supply, and the power supply is black. But I'm going to try to put a sticker over that. I've got a couple of stickers I can use to go over the side if we need to. If it's an eyesore, I'll show you. Show you what it'll look like. You'll see some black here. You want me to put a sticker on this side so you can't see that? Let me know. Speak now or forever not have a sticker. Skip the sticker. Got it. 10-4. That's a solid copy. But that's usually what I'll do as a little tip trick to hide the fact that it's a black power supply in a white case. I was trying to locate a white one and they were all out of stock. So we stuck with the black one. And I'm going to load up all the cables on the power supply just so you have them in the system so they don't go missing. Even though it's a modular. Unless you want me to leave the cables we aren't using out of the system. That's your call as well. As it being a modular power supply, I have the power. That's special. Oh, that sucks. Hey Mewers, what's up? Whatever you normally do. Normally I just stuff all the cables in there so they don't go missing. I have a few cables I might need to send a picture to you to help me identify and label. Okay, no problem. Send some pics. Skeletor will have soon. Yes. Working hard again. Always working hard. Always, always. I'm rethinking my decision here. What's the size of this case? It's a ATX mid tower is what it's listed as, but it is short. So it's not as long as your typical ATX mid tower. It's a little shorter. You could probably fit up to an RTX 4070, maybe a couple of different smaller 4080s in here, but it would be tight. I mean, we've got 2 more inches from the back of the RTX 4060 here. Maybe 3. But it's an ATX tower, mid tower. Yeah. That length is actually biting me in the ass right now. A little bit. Seems like a low profile, but perfect for one on the desk setup. Oh yeah. This is a awesome rig. Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta put the GPU PCIe in. Oops. There we go. Got it snuck through there. Now, for the final bit. Pull that up. Ah. This song is good. Hey, Steve, what's up? Legend at work? Trying. Yeah, it seems like a low profile, but perfect for that one desk setup. Yeah. We already went through that. Trying to get my head down and bang out this cable management. A lot of extra cables in here, and it is a little bit of a tight fit. I am not going to lie about that. With the extra cables in here. That's where I was like, I'm probably making a mistake by putting these in here. But we'll know that these cables are here and not accidentally thrown away. If we ever need upgrades in the future. We know right where the cables are. They're not going anywhere. So, what I'll do is take these peripheral cables, bundle them up here. On. I'll probably put them in the hard drive tray for right now. Tuck them away in there. And we have an extra GPU cable. We'll also just tuck away here. Not very many good places to tuck cables in the basement. So we did what we could. Did what we could. There you have it. Seems like that little shelf could go all SSD. Yeah, you could put a 2.5 SSD here, a 2.5 SSD here, and then you could fit two 3.5 drives here. Or 2.5 drives. Hey, Dirt in a Jar, have a good night, sir. Thanks for hanging out. But, let's seal it up. I'm happy with everything. Looks pretty clean. Can't get much cleaner than that. Y'all ready to plug this in and fire it up? Let me clean up my mess here. I've got a large mess of knickknacks, screws, and all sorts of goodies here, which is all going to you. Tools I'm keeping. All right, let's get it plugged in. Then I'll get you guys a side view and fire it up. I could get frostbite, it's so icy. Nice. All right, James, are you ready to see this thing fired up for the first time? You'll see this probably blowing in the background. You'll know it's on. Or you'll see the fan spin. Drum roll. Three, two, one. We got fans spinning. There's RGB lights on the motherboard, which will shut off. We can also unplug the blue LED light up here if you would like to get rid of that. It's a white, but it looks blue. That's that light up there. That's just the power LED light for the case. I can unplug that if you want me to. Waiting for a post. It is DDR4 on an i7-14700K. There we go. We just posted. Warning, new CPU installed. Please enter the setup to configure your system. You can leave both? Got it. What do you think? Is that clean or what? very clean. Well, the post is a good sign. That means we've got a good CPU, motherboard, and at least recognizable RAM. But all 128 gigs is there in the BIOS. The i7 14700K is there. 128 gigabytes of DDR4, currently running at 2133, but we'll set the XMP profile after we update the BIOS to the latest version. And then we'll set the fan curve as well. And also both the 4 terabyte SSDs are showing up, M.2 1 and 2. So we're looking good. Looking golden. Well, white. We're looking white. Frosty. I thought we got out of winter. We'll be looking to pick up Friday since rain tomorrow. Yeah, no problem. I personally won't be here. Normally when I'm here, I'll take it out of the box and show you everything. But my wife will be here, so you can pick up. That's not a problem. Just give me a heads up at what time you're planning on to be here, because she does have some errands she's going to be running on Friday morning till about 1 o'clock, I think. So if it's any time after 1, you should be perfectly fine on Friday. But normally when I'm here, I'll bring it out of the box, put it on the bench, kind of walk you through it, help you with any type of questions you have with software. But because I'm not here, if you do have any questions, I can help you remotely. If you give me a call, we could just do a remote session over the phone, and I can walk you through it if you do have any questions. But I'll get Windows loaded up here between tonight, tonight, and then we'll do the battle tested phase tonight, and then have it ready for pickup. No, you don't have to wait until Monday at all, unless you want to see me. It's up to you. Totally up to you. If you can't wait and you want your new PC Friday, come on over and grab it. If you want to wait for me to be back in town, more than welcome to come by on Monday. I mean, I'd want the PC. the hell with the guy that built it. Who cares about him? The walkthrough sounds nice. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we'll do that. Good deal. I just, I'm supposed to be coming back on Sunday night, but I did actually grab the Airbnb that I'm staying at for an extra night in case I'm just too tired to drive Sunday night. So I might be traveling back Monday morning and arriving, closer in the afternoon, just so you're aware. Are you here to give me a hug and a kiss? Good night. With the Google. Good night. Good night. Yeah. All right, it's been demanded that I wear these. Brace yourselves. The Little Miss demanded that I wear these. My eyes protected while I'm working. Everything seems a little blurry. Oi! Here. Thank you for worrying about my eyes. Sounds good, guys. All right, I'm going to take a few minute break here, refill my liquid, and then we'll get started on Kyle's build, which is build number 2 for the evening. All right, we'll get started on that in just a few minutes, guys. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out during James's build. We'll get started on the next one here. So just hang tight. Thanks, guys. Be right back. All right, guys. Let's move on to build number 2. Mr. Kyle. We'll shut this down, move it over to the next bench. Build number 2. Let's go. I think we're only going to be doing 2 tonight. Logan's is going to have to go tomorrow morning. Here we go. All right, so build number 2 for Kyle, or Dakota. We are building with an i5 12600KF. We're going to be using the Thermalright Frozen Note 240 millimeter radiator AIO. So it's got two 120 millimeter addressable RGB fans in white. We are going to be using the Thermalright contact frame as well for LGA 1700. We're going to be putting this on a MSI Pro B760MA Wi-Fi DDR4 motherboard. We are loading it up with 32 gigs of DDR4 3200 megahertz by Silicon Power, which is the Zenith RGB RAM. We've got a 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe Gen 4 SSD by Team Group that we're going to be putting in there for the storage. Graphics card is the NVIDIA RTX 4060, which is an 8 gigabyte GDDR6 128-bit PCIe 4.0 graphics card. We're going to be powering it with a 750 watt 80 plus bronze by RS Game, and that is a semi-modular power supply. And then we do have Lian Li Strimmers, which was added to the build after the fact. So we have Lian Li Strimmers, which is going to add some RGB flavor to the build itself. Let's see here. And then we have 5 addressable RGB fans we're adding as well in a dual chamber case. So if you're familiar with our Quantum Prime, this is the original Quantum Prime build that we did or do. It is on the website. If you're interested in this build, it is available for purchase right now on the website. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to get started with the motherboard, CPU, RAM, SSD, contact frame, and then we'll need the contact or the brackets for the cooler. But the rest of this can go sit here. One thing I've never done in this build is those Lian Li Strimmers. I'll be interested to see how that looks. I know it's going to look pretty badass, or should look pretty badass. So our i5 12600KF is installed. We're going to go ahead and get our 32 gigs of DDR4 3200 megahertz installed. We're going to be dumping this into slots A2 and B2. Then we're going to get our SSD installed. Which is a 2 terabyte M.2 Gen 4. And now we're going to get our AIO brackets so that we can mount it to the socket. Cooler. But do that before we put it in the case. I have to rotate those fans as well. I'm gonna go ahead and rotate them real quick since I'm already thinking about it. Make my job easier later. There we go. Now we're pretty much ready for the case. Let's go ahead and get that out. Yeah, it looks like Twitch is not syncing up, by the way. Looking good. Looking good. Go ahead and get these fans installed. Got 2 on the bottom, 2 on the side, 1 on the rear. What kind of case is this again? This is basically a DIY PC case. It's very similar anyway, but it's by a company called Manson. This is their H8, I believe is what it's called, the model. But it's like a miniature-sized Lian Li O11 Dynamic. The micro ATX version of it. Dual chamber, so the power supply is on the backside. And it is limited to micro ATX. You like the MSI Pro Series motherboards? Yeah, they've always looked outstanding. They look pretty good. Always have. Alright, so we've got intake on the bottom, exhaust on the rear. The Pro Series motherboards always get good reviews from Hardware Unboxed. They test a lot of the motherboards. Yeah, I know they do. They do a lot of testing. I really like their channel. They do a lot of testing over there. It's actually where I get a lot of, I take a lot of advice from them, basically. I listen to them, create my own opinion, and use it. All right, let's do these side fans. And we can move on to something a little more exciting than fans. Ow! When the cardboard cuts your finger. When the cardboard acts like a knife and straight up cuts you. No reason at all. Just, hey, I noticed you haven't been cut in a while. Let's go ahead and take care of that. For some reason, I always seem to cut myself while I'm working on a white PC. These two side fans are going to be intake as well. So we get intake on the bottom, intake on the side, exhaust on the rear, exhaust on the top with the radiator / AIO. Once we get to that. The only thing I'm really worried about is getting the Lian Li streamers in here. So I'm actually going to take the streamer out and try to fit it. I think it's going to be a pain in the butt. No, I know it's going to. I already know it's hard enough getting cables through. Yeah, it's tight. Tight. Steve and Tim, a lot of Steves on tech channels. Yeah. Well, I'm a Ben. There's not very many Bens. Try to change it up for y'all. I feel I'll get the more reviews and stuff going on the YouTube channel when I have more time. You know, like when I hand the builds off to somebody else, maybe. Or probably going to be through the summer when I start working on some of that stuff. That's when it slows down. Honestly, that's when it slows down. Waiting for FSR 3 to come out for The Last of Us. Oh yeah, so it supports it. And then I want to double check where that power connection is on the card so I know which way to put this thing. And this is just turning into a cluster of extra shit. Well, now that I did that, I have to do that. And now that I'm going to do that, I should probably plug that in before we get to that. The only thing I'd say is weird about these MSI boards, gotta be kidding me, that they like to they like to run PWM fans out of the box, but in default settings at like max RPM, or set all their fan headers to DC, even though you might have a PWM fan plugged in. That's always been weird to me. I don't know why MSI says to do that or does that. So you'll have a PWM fan plugged into your header, and it's a PWM header, but the BIOS automatically defaults it to DC. And I don't know why it does that. It does it to everything except for the CPU fan header. That's probably my biggest complaint with MSI. Because if a customer accidentally resets the BIOS somehow on the motherboard, then they'll be calling me saying, "Hey Ben, I don't know why, but my fans are running really loud." It's because the fans are running at like full RPM. And it's because it's an MSI board. So then I gotta walk them through going to, which I guess you could do the same thing in the MSI center, but in the BIOS to change the fan setting, the header setting. So that's probably my biggest complaint, you know, out of all of them with MSI. And then the fact that MSI, with their software, they push Norton. That drives me nuts as well. Their MSI software pushes Norton. So every time you load up the MSI Center, it'll ask you, do you want to install Norton? Like 5,000 times. I'm over-exaggerating, of course, but it like almost tries to force it on you. So if you didn't know what you were doing, like you had no idea what Norton was, it would almost trick you into installing it. Then you have this piece of shit Norton, excuse my French, on your PC doing nothing. You don't even have a license. And it's like a trial. So then it runs until it's out of its trial, and then it just continues to run in the background, wasting resources. So, thanks MSI. We're doing this build so backwards. There. No big D. Now we just want to decide how we're going to run these. I think we're going to run it. Sucks. But, is what it is. Now we know. That's got to go there. That falls. That's nice. Go. Got all that sorted out. Not too shabby. Hey, Long and Spaniel. No Espanol. Espanol. English. Sorry. Looks rad. Thank you. It's coming along. A little tricky with the Leon Lee strimmers in here. A little tight, but it's coming along. Make it fit. Make it fit. Weevil makes it fit, yeah? Now, let's get our AIO installed, I guess. And actually, before we do that, we should probably put the power supply in and get the EPS cables in the corner. Actually, a much better plan. Much better plan of attack. I'll follow. No, I don't speak Spanish, sir. I think what you're saying is I am asking to see if I'll do follow for follow, and I don't do that. But if you'd like to follow, you're welcome to hang out and follow if you like the PC builds. Or if you're ever looking for a custom build, that's what we do. Sorry, I had to go show my wife something. Mrs. Empower had to say something. Ah. Yeah, the follow for follow stuff I think is just kind of cheesy. I follow people that I like to follow because I want to be their friend. That's who I follow. Whoop. Okay, EPS cable's in. Now I'm more comfortable putting this radiator in without losing my mind. Alright? Still probably gonna lose my mind somehow, but that's okay. Just wondering if I should get a new motherboard. I've been busting my butt trying to rebuild my wife's PC. I think I am very close to it. Okay. Wondering if I should get her a new motherboard. Well, I mean, what's the build? Or what's the problem? Is there a problem with the build? If you're rebuilding? Right now it's going to have a 5600G on what motherboard? Just a present, birthday present. Nice. Yeah, what's the motherboard paired with that 5600G? Asus X470 Prime Pro. And you verified that that will run that processor, right? Or you know you need to do a BIOS update, right? But yes, you can do. Ren had the motherboard before me and was running a 5700X. Okay, so then it's probably already updated. And yes, I have upgraded BIOS myself. Nice. 16 gigs, 3600 megahertz. Yeah, I mean, it's all compatible. The 5600G does not support PCIe 4.0, and neither does the 47X470. So those are probably two really good CPU and motherboard combos, since neither support PCIe 4.0. But if you had, for example, a 5600X, or like your friend that was running a 5700X, he was missing out on the support from the 5700X that had PCIe 4.0. The motherboard did not support it. So if you're going to be going with a lower end card, like an RTX 4060, or a, let's say, RX 6500, not saying you would, but those are two example cards that you would want or almost need it to be on PCIe 4.0 in order for the card to actually run at its full performance. RTX 4060s do not like PCIe 3.0. They run on it. It's just, you're going to lose a lot of performance. So which video card are you putting in there? Which video card are we running, sir? $5600 XT. Yeah, that should run fine on PCIe 3.0. Should be good. Still a great card today, too. Yep. Yeah, everything should run very nicely. No bottleneck between anything there. Time to cancel all this build right now, running 5600 XT and 3000 megahertz RAM. I have to cancel all those auctions. What do you mean cancel? Oh, trying to get her an X570 board. Yeah, those are getting actually harder and harder to find. as AM4 gets faded out. So, I mean, if you wait on it, it might be even harder to find later if you want to keep that system alive longer. You might find that it is difficult to find an X570. For example, Micro Center right now, over here by us, only has, I think, 2 or 3 different ones in stock. Not very many. But that's the question. Should I even try to get her an X570 then? I mean, again, it's how long you plan to keep the system around, I guess, is what it comes down to. So, the 5600G is not going to run PCIe 4.0 anyway. So if you plan on never swapping that CPU out, and when you do, you're just going to get a new motherboard and CPU RAM and make the platform jump at that time, then I wouldn't even bother, you know? Your plan's just going to run it for 2 to 3 years like it is, as it is. Why bother? But if you're planning to upgrade it, you know, like let's say later down the road we're planning to put an RTX 4060 in it, then you might want PCIe 4.0. So just depends on what your plan is for the system later down the road. I guess that's how I would gauge it. Like I'm still running an X470. My wife's computer as well. It's with my 3700X, which supports PCIe 4.0. But we don't have it. Don't need it. We're actually running a 3070 Ti in there, but a little bit of a bottleneck, but the job done, makes everybody happy. All right. Flip it over and have a party back here. Or like a Panic at the Disco. You're going to keep the bid for the Asus TUF X570 board. Is it the Plus or the Pro? And then do you have a case with USB-C on the front panel or no? Plus. So just for your awareness, the Asus TUF X570 is one of the few in its kind of caliber that lacks USB-C headers for front panel USB-C. The Pro has it, but the Plus doesn't. So just keep that in mind if you're buying a case with USB-C. The X570 TUF Plus does not have the USB-C header. You had to buy a part? Yeah, like a PCIe card? Or like a USB 3 to C adapter or something like that. Which doesn't even give you the full speed. That was like my biggest complaint about that motherboard.
Let's make a really nice motherboard, but not give you USB-C. Save 2 cents on it.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Mr. XK, I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name. XKYLEDEEX. Xiledex? Or X Kyle Dex. Kyle. Is it Kyle? That's Kyle, isn't it? It's just Kyle. Yeah, I got it. I broke it down. I got it. USB front panel adapter. Oh, gotcha. I'm terrible. Yes, it's good, sir. We're working on it, Kyle. We're working on it right now. We're on the backside right now. So it kind of looks like a disaster back here. Kyle's over on Twitch. It was a piece you put in the motherboard. Interesting. I'll have to look that up. USB 3.0 20-pin header adapter. Okay, so it's an adapter from USB 3 to a USB C header. Vertical. Got it. So it's just an adapter for USB 3.0. So your USB-C is basically not running at USB-C speeds. It's actually running or limited to USB 3.0 speeds. But it works. It gives you the connectivity. That's all I would care about for the front panel. But still, I think it was a mistake by Asus to do that. But it also drove people to buy the Pros instead of the Pluses. And that's why it was damn near impossible to find the Pros for like the lifetime of that model. We're gonna have to do a little bit of cable love here. Holy crap. I don't know. You just charge your phone on it? Nice. Well, if you're not worried about data speeds, then you're fine. Although it's never really good to like charge your phone on the PC like that, because it'll burn out those ports and the headers quick. You can, but I found that headers like to burn out quick when you do that kind of stuff, especially when you run like fans or lights from USB headers. They do not like that. Okay, where's this Lee hub for these streamers? Time to get that set up. F4 3600 CL18 16. I don't know what the F4 is. What brand is that? But it's CL18 at 3600 megahertz, 16 GTZN. I recognize it. G-Skill, got it. Yeah, that's why I recognized it. The F4, is that... What series is that? That's not their Ripjaws, is it? Is that the Ripjaws? Neo. Nah. That was close. Not even. All right. Then we're almost ready to fire this thing up and see what it looks like. Don't want to go anywhere. It ain't gonna go anywhere in there. I don't know. Holy crap. Alright, so last pieces are our peripherals. We're gonna throw together here. Ties. I think one big zip tie. From flopping around. There we go. Oh, wait. It shows the RAM I'm using. It's weird. Trident Z Neo. It's weird. When I look up the F4 36C8D 16 GTZN, it shows me RAM I'm using. But when I check the RAM in my PC, it gives me the F4 36C18 16 GTZN. I don't know what the D stands for after the 18. I don't know. It might be a later model that they maybe manufactured as many as they thought they were going to sell or need, and then they had to manufacture more, or they ran out of one of the chips, or had to change something, so they had to change the model number. Maybe that happened. I don't think it's going to matter as long as you have the timing and the speed the same. If you're going to combine the RAM, it should be okay. So as long as it's CL18 and 3600 megahertz, and typically I try to pair with the same brand, you should be all right. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know what the D stands for. If you're trying to trick me and say that online, I don't know what the D stands for. I just said it. But I know what the real D stands for. But I don't know what that D stands for. Okay. Let's go ahead and button her up. No, I'm not, but I have a joke. Hit me. Hit me. I love jokes. DDR4 3600 CL18 2222 is what the site says the timing is, so hold on, I'll check mine. Okay. What do you guys think? Clean? Now we get to see it fired up. For the very first time. I just told her she is such a bitch like 5 times. What? That is clean. What? What? Over on Twitch. Same RAM, just Windows drops the D off. I don't know why it does that. Now for the joke. Yeah, hit me. Spell me. M-E? M-E. You forgot the D. Nice. I'll try that one later. I'm so jealous. I'm selling my current We Buy problems and getting a PC from you, good sir. Oh, jeez. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it sound like that. I feel terrible talking about that. It was out of love. No, I get you. I got you. Yeah, I totally get that. Let's go ahead and fire it up. I just got to clean up some of this stuff around the little bits and pieces, and then we can get it plugged in and fired up. Then we can see it on, you know, and see how RGB it looks. You might need some glasses. The RGB is going to be pretty powerful, so I'd be concerned about the safety of your eyes. And I would respond, not yet. Very clean looking PC. Thank you. I suck at cable management. So do I, but when it's a customer build, I have to kind of, you know, do it because that's what we promised to do. So I do as good of a job as I can. Like this case is a little cramped and there's a lot of cables in there. Every single one of those fans has 2 cables and there's 5, 6, 7 fans. There's a lot of extra cables in there. Uno momento. The guy on Kick was trying to speak Spanish with me and was like, follow for follow. I think that's what he was trying to say. I'm like, nah, I'm good. No Espanol. All right, we'll get a side view of this as well, so hold your horses. Oh yeah. Probably power supply on. That would be a good idea. Gigs, but hold on. Whoa, there's a lot going on. So you're saying there's no D in them yet? Yes, correct. That is, I think, what I'm saying. So if I win, there we go. All right, Kyle, let me know if y'all are ready. So if I win that RAM, I will have 4 slots populated and I will have 64 gigs. Nice. Yeah, that should be running good. Just make sure you set that XMP profile. I'm waiting for Kyle. Kyle's the one. Ready! Over on Twitch. He's over on Twitch. I'm streaming to Kick, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. All at the same time. So I've got one chat window with a bunch of different places. You know, Kick, Twitch, whatever. So you could go over to the Kick channel, or the Twitch, the Twitch channel. Okay, Kyle, here we go. We're gonna punch it in 3, 2. Are you sure you're ready for this? 1. It's pretty bright. My camera is struggling. I'm gonna have to turn the exposure down. Hold on. It's so bright. It's rebooting because of the pre-post. That's normal. All right, where's my exposure settings? Nope, wrong way. There we go. Turn that exposure down, and you can actually see. That's beautiful. Oh yeah. Wait for it. Let's turn it. But now you get to see from the front. This will have a glass panel on the front and then a glass panel on the side. I didn't put them on because the camera will get a lot of light reflections. I'm more excited getting her PC than my own. How much are those horsepower, those power supply cables, something that goes over them? So these are what we call Lian Li streamers. This is they have version 1 and 2. I would recommend if you are going to look into getting them, these are version 2. The 24 pin alone is about like $50, and then the graphics card is usually around the same price, around $50. So it's about $100 in cables. And then they plug into a hub, and the hub plugs into a USB header on your motherboard, or you could sync it to your addressable RGB header. Damn, yeah. That's beautiful, wow. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. And thanks for staying up late, because I know we're getting late here. With my PC would be a masterpiece. Yeah, they're pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. There's knockoffs as well that are super cheap over on Amazon if you shop around, but they're just not as good. The quality is just not as good as Lian Li's. You've got a Silverstone power supply? Yeah, those, I mean, Silverstone's pretty good. They've been around for a while. Long time. Everybody slap your mama and get the best deal ever going with Ben. This guy is the best in the business, I promise. Thanks, Kyle. Making me blush over here. The man blush. It's been entertaining again. Cannot wait for mine. Yeah. Hopefully it's not as like sensitive with time because of this trip. It's like cramming everything, and then I'm like cramming streams into late nights. I'm sorry. Normally I stream in the evening, but not this late. These last couple of nights have been late because I've been just cramming so much stuff into the days. When do you stream? I have been looking for a PC building ones. I stream typically when we have builds, number one, and number two, usually in the evenings, but and I'm in Eastern time, so I'm located in Michigan. You could look up Empower Gaming Computers on the internet, and you'll find everything you need to know about us. We've even got merch. If you wanted a shirt or hoodie, I'll show you one of my hoodies. But they're available in white or black. That camera's not really picking it up. Well, I mean, the sizes, they go all the way up to like triple XL. Just go to empowergamingswag.com, which is also on my link tree. Oh, you ended? Okay, gotcha. Well, there's other things too. I mean, I've got beach towels, I've got beer glasses, I've got coffee mugs, got all sorts of cool things. So it's not just the hoodie. Don't sweat it. I just appreciate it. No problem. I hope you enjoy your trip also. Yeah, it'll be pretty cool. It'll be the second year that we sponsored FITUS over in Pennsylvania. FITUS, if you guys aren't aware, is a massive LAN event where a bunch of nerds come together, bring their PCs, and we all connect to a LAN, and we have tournaments on different games. I'm not going to be competing, but I'm going to be there supporting everybody, helping wherever I can. And then we're also bringing a PC down there to donate to the organization that sets it up, FITUS, who are going to raffle off the PC, and the proceeds go to the next year event, which makes the event grow, or helps the event grow. So each year we're looking at a bigger event, and it'll continue to grow. So if you haven't, or if you're ever interested in a LAN party over a weekend at a hotel, basically, with your friends, I mean, that is the coolest thing ever. A weekend dedicated to gaming with prizes and all sorts of fun. Red Bull's even going to be there. Red Bull! Zotac is sending some stuff, I guess, and Zalman was sending some stuff, which is cool because we just did a Zalman build. 6'6", 370 pounds. Oh, I mean, you're pretty tall. My wife would kill me. I'm going there because I'm a sponsor, so I have a booth set up, and I'm going to have a couple of PCs out, and I'm also offering free PC cleanings, BIOS updates, consultation around upgrades. I'll have a couple of parts there, nothing super crazy. I'll have a couple, for example, coolers, so if anybody's like complaining about heat, we can just swap out a cooler. You know, stuff like that. Just to help people out. Spread the word about Empower. I'll win the tourney for you. Yeah, and then you get a free PC. No, you have to, I think it's a raffle, so you have to like buy tickets and put a ticket in a box type of deal. And then they draw the winner at the end of the weekend for the PC. And it was that red one we built yesterday. Boys or girls? I just say boys because I'm a guy and I like guy friends. When we're hanging out in our nothing box, guys are the ones to do it with. Well, it's always better, by the way, to ask for forgiveness rather than permission. And that's probably why she'll end up killing you, but she probably still needs you in some way, so she can't exactly kill you, can she? make sure your life insurance is disabled and that she's aware that your life insurance is no longer enabled or working so that she can't kill you. My wife and I joke about that all the time. If you want to give me the new gen AMD setup for free, I wouldn't complain. Lol. It's actually an AM5, or an AM4, sorry. It's an AM4 B550 with a 5800X 3D on there. Okay, Ben, I'm excited to meet you. I will get a hold of you tomorrow when we're on our way. Awesome. Thanks again for your super appreciated. Oh, thank you. Have a good night, Ben, and everybody else in chat. Have a good night, Kyle. Say hi to your wife. We'll see you guys tomorrow. She might be a short woman, but she's scary if she gets really mad. That's usually what most short women are usually pretty scary when they're mad. They have a short fuse. And it escalates quickly. You know, not their height, but later, man. Congrats on the PC. Congrats, Kyle. All right, guys. We're at 11 o'clock p.m. I'm burnt out. I can't build Logan's PC tonight. I am completely burnt out. So we're going to have to build Logan's PC live on stream, maybe? Or not on stream tomorrow morning. And I haven't done a morning stream in a long time. We're going to have to see how this works out, because I got to build the PC, and then I got to deliver it, because it's a wall mount PC. He wants me to wall mount it for him. And wall mount it. Pretty cool PC. Kick Chat says goodbye too. But anyway, I'm burnt out for the night. I'm done. I can't do another PC. I'm tired. So we're just gonna do Logan's build tomorrow morning. To bed I go. See ya. All right. Well, have a good night, sir. Make sure you follow and catch another stream. It's always fun chatting with people while we're building. Have a good night. You as well, Tupa. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, guys. I'm done. Bye. Nope, don't delete the scene. Switch the scene. There you go, OBS. You got it. There you go. Have a good night, guys.